Buongiorno, vi preghiamo di prendere posto, il convegno sta iniziando. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat, we're going to start. Thank you. Buongiorno, buongiorno signore e signori, grazie per essere qui oggi e in questa Siracusa meravigliosa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Siracusa is wonderful today, a lot of sun, and we have also the presence of our President of the Republic here in Siracusa, and together with the German President. These were the most important facts that introduced Siracusa in these days. Siracusa is a city rich in culture and creativity. So thanks for organizing this conference here. My name is Laura Laposta. I am the chief editor of Sole 24 Ore, and I am in charge of all the dossier and reports on the Sole 24 Ore since 20 years. I also am in charge for motility and engines, and I'm very, very happy to be here today to learn a lot from the speakers. You will see very interesting slides, and sustainable mobility is dealt with not as a norm compliance, but as a development opportunity for a whole system of the country, for our Europe, and also for the future of the young generation, because many jobs will be created because of this. And I'm very happy to see many young people here. You're here with your teachers, because many work opportunities will be created following these projects. I wish to remind you that the event can be also viewed in streaming for those who are following us from home or from the office. And we are now in the European Week of Mobility from 18 to 22nd of September. A lot of events are taking place throughout Europe, and we are speaking about city floors towards a future of mobility, to make roads safe and sustainable, as well as our cities, our countries, and Europe as a whole. The event is organized by the Fondazione Unipolis. I wish to thank for wanting my presence here, and under the sponsorship of the Municipality of Siracusa, we will have the mayor speaking here, and also the state police managers, and because state police is always with us to protect our safety. It's very interesting to speak about a multimodal approach to mobility. In our newspaper, we think this is a hot topic, one of the hottest topics in the year, not only for the PNRR funds, that were devoted to mobility. It's also important in view of intermodality and transport of goods, as well as for the debate in progress for the new road code. There are a lot of new things coming out for the scooters and the mini scooters, and we will see how the street code, the road code will be updated and improved. And also all the issues linked to the construction, to the building of the bridge in Messina. It's a fact that there is a revolution of the sustainable mobility, not only for the electric engines, not only for the new norms that will be the rules and will induce us to stop and dismiss the traditional engines with fossil fuels and mobility, mostly because of mobility as a service. MaaS, Mobility as a Service, is one acronym you will hear about a lot today. And young people are teachers for us because they are well aware of the use of the cars rather than possessing a car. We have seen the real turn this year. It's the International Motor Show Mobility. The word engine is no longer used, but the word mobility is used. It's a good signal because mobility wants to turn towards sustainability. During our works, we will see best practices and ideas to be shared and to make all these things true. Our last topic must be to increase road safety, reduce pollution, and we must keep this in mind. I give the floor to all the speakers, starting from Mr. Salvatore Lauria, Siracusa Unipol agent, is the bigger sponsor of this event in his Sicily. Thank you, Laura. Good morning. Welcome to everybody. The idea of this event came a few months ago in a small restaurant near to here. And probably the quality of the seafood contributed a lot to the choice. But after we finished our meal, the proposal became an unanimous decision. So the fact that you are here is a demonstration that it was a good idea. So I wish to thank all of you who are here and all those who are following us in streaming. We thought that the place had to be meaningful. And because we experience today as a meeting between the experience and expectations, what would have been a better choice than choosing Siracusa with its long landing history and also the development of mobility starting from 733 BC when Siracusa was founded had quite a progress, experienced quite a progress. Siracusa had to be internationally recognized, and our host is the Siracusa International Institute for Criminal Justice and Human Rights, and this combination is concerned with research, information, and study in the field of international criminal law and human rights. So within this frame, we wanted to have an event like a musical composition. I wish to say that the quality and the standard, the harmony of the single speakers will give us a final symphony, and it's a good clue to the reflection about the topics of mobility. It's a plural The colors of city floors are the colors of the land, our host lands, Sicily, in one of the most beautiful descriptions given by Gesualdo Bufalino. People say that Sicily is an island. The geography books say it's an island, but we need to doubt because usually you think about an island as a compact group of races and habits, but in Sicily everything is changing, is multicolored. We will never finish counting Sicily. There is the white Sicily of salt. There is the green Sicily of plants, the dark Sicily of Mount Etna, the honey color Sicily of its sweet honey. Sicily is just like a carnival. And then there is a Sicily if we try to enlarge our horizon, there is a topic that impacts very heavily our economy. As insurance companies, we are very concerned about it because it refers to the insurance of vehicles. The Society of Automotive Engineers has divided the vehicles from 0 to 5. 0, they are the vehicles with no automation. Combining these two systems explains the shifting to passage 2, which is partial automation, allowing acceleration, braking, managed at the same time. Level 3 is a conditional level, but level 4 implies that the system can replace the driver, but only in certain time at certain times. There are places where there are automatic taxis. In this case, the people who are inside the vehicle must not be concerned about what happens on the road. Level 5 is the maximum step. It's an autonomous drive. Now, this revolution will impose a double thinking about the rules of the current civil codes in case of accident, because there will be a transfer of responsibility from the driver to a complex system given by an algorithm of AI, of people who are in charge for its maintenance. Yesterday we were speaking about how to face the ethical issues, the tragic choices. I wish to welcome the mayor, Mr. Francesco Italia. The choices that put you facing are just two options. They are all linked to the awareness of abandoning the vehicle itself in favor of its utilization. So 5% is used as a vehicle, the rest to occupy a space. We need a sustainable mobility to reduce pollution, ease the traffic, and reduces also the accidents that cause a lot of big tragedies. There is another issue, save energy. We are questioning ourselves about saving energy and saving in general. The concept of saving in all its meaning is positive. Saving and consumption are the two faces of the same coin, but they are linked by an inverse correlation. So I decrease the consumption and I increase the saving, so avoiding all the wastes. It's not only an issue of consuming, using goods and services also encouraged by advertisements, but we also use the sound, the water, energy, time. If these things are related in a positive way, they let us think about energy saving, energy, water saving, and all natural sources saving. We need to transfer the awareness to the adults, but we should have a team of teachers in charge of taking care of the young Europeans, because the most efficient teaching is that of being reproached by a child. It's just like when a parent is reproached by one of his children. No, no earning is so sure like as saving and protecting what you have. Thank you and good work. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt the applause. It's the quotation given are very well inspired. Thank you very much. We have the mayor of Siracusa. If you want to take the floor in this incredible day for this city with two heads of states who were able to admire the wonders of this land. Thank you. Welcome. I wish to greet all the presents. I wish to thank Dr. Lauria when he told me about these very nice initiatives, and so I gave the availability. And I also am happy about the availability of the German president, who said to me that they chose the perfect place. We were congratulated, and some congratulations we also have received for Ortigia without cars. So yesterday at dinner, the
I was explaining how often there's resistance with regard to this decision of avoiding cars which consume our roads and our pavements. And it is much related to cultural aspects. We've always thought that cities were conceived around automobiles, and now there's a change in paradigm. Cities are being rethought around the individual, the person, and that's why space has to be removed for vehicles. That's why pavements are being extended, and there's a limitation to the circulation of traffic on roads in city centres. And when I say this, some citizens stop me often and say, but you are reducing our accessibility to roads, you're making them narrower. And I'm saying, no, I reply, I am extending the pavements for pedestrians. So the topic is one of awareness and the need that we all have in situations such as this, also to extend this cultural notion, which is becoming the center of not just local policies, but national policies as well. And last night over dinner, we were discussing examples of Hanover where the mayor decided to remove all automobiles from the city with speed limits being imposed. I see here in the third row the management of these issues here in Siracusa. We mentioned Procida and the bravery of the mayors of Milan, Paris, all these topics. And of course, you are experts in this, but these are all aspects that we have to implement from theory to practice. And when it comes to practice and implementation, the struggle and the hindrances are prejudice. And this has to be contested. Because the same citizens that complain about road vehicle circulation also say how wonderful it is to be able to walk in the streets of the inner city. So I am proud of my Siracusa. Everything has worked well between yesterday and today, and the city mobility. Friday morning, we will have a press conference in which we shall be presenting a new transport system for Siracusa. After 60 years, we decided to do away with the regional company, transport company. We have excellent signs of similar services with a private organization, with citizens that will be paying at last the tickets for public transportation. Of course, resources are needed, a larger offering, but also an increase in the demand. We shall be working on this more. We shall not stop at what we have already achieved, because sustainability is now cross-functional, transversal for all culture in public administration and in the city at large. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the mayor. Let me confirm that this is a city that is functioning and functioning well thanks to this visit of two important state presidents. And thank you for the visit to the theatre, and thank you very much for the hospitality. So let's now start with our international speakers. This morning we have a series of topics that are of great interest, with presentations, videos, and we are going to be learning a lot, professionally and personally. So let me call our first speaker this morning, Mrs. Veronique Rondeau, that works for the UN Fund for Road Safety, the head of the programs and partnerships of the Road Safety Fund of the United Nations. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us.
To be here with you today, to be present among all of you, to develop strong collaborations, which is at the core of the fund, to enable our partners underground all over the world to deliver vital support to governments and realizing life-saving interventions. This month will mark the halfway point of the Global 2030 Development Agenda. The whole world will be turning its attention to the question on the progress made on the Sustainable Development Goals, including 2 road safety goals, one on safety and one on sustainable mobility. In that context, I wish to share 3 reflections with you today on the question on how, at the United Nations Road Safety Fund, we improve road safety through our global partnership and collaboration. The sobering fact is that every year 1.3 million lives are cut short due to road crashes, and over 50 million people sustain injuries. It's even more tragic when we realize that road crashes are the leading cause of death for youngsters aged from 5 to 29. We cannot ignore those alarming statistics. My first reflection is that we need a global partnership to improve road safety. The UN Road Safety Fund is this organization bringing together UN partners, private sectors, as well as public road safety stakeholders to help low and middle income countries to fit for purpose for a future-proof agenda of safe and sustainable mobility. This global partnership has made a remarkable impact since 2018, when it was funded 5 years ago, via 44 projects in 88 countries, working across vehicle safety, road design, user behaviors, as well as post-crash care. From safer roads for non-motorized road user in Ethiopia to improve speed management in Argentina and advocating for interventions that keep children safe on roads in the Philippines. As a growing partnership, the fund now works with 22 participating organizations, including UN, as well as international non-governmental organizations. And it does this to provide further support on the ground where those are still hardest hit by unsafe roads. Strengthening the UN Road Safety Fund so that it fully delivers on its mandate is even more important today than ever. We have come together under this global partnership to tackle the challenge. Together with the support of private and public stakeholders, including many of you here, such as Unipolis, we strive for road equality for all, aiming to create a world where our roads are safe for everyone, everywhere. This involvement of sectors like insurances, for example, without which this event would not be possible, is simply pivotal. Insurances are not just there to support in the post-crash setting, but play an essential role in preventing these crashes and ensuring our roads are safer. My second reflection is that in partnership we can deliver on making cities connected, safe, and sustainable. Connected. Cities are at the heart of our modern civilization, and they have equal importance in the global south, with regions such as in Africa where urbanization is skyrocketing. Our funded initiative, the project Global Alliance for Cities for Road Safety, is an example of a one-stop shop for cities to engage in capacity building, receiving technical advice, implementing catalytic actions, and benefiting cities-to-city exchanges. That is being implemented with our partner from UN Habitat in Africa in selected cities. Cities have a critical role to play in complementing these actions by reinforcing national policies and implementing projects on the ground. Cities are responsible for prioritization of active mobility, upgrading public transport, introducing cleaner and safer technologies for vehicles, or building public support for road safety through awareness campaigns. The Global Alliance of Cities for Road Safety, this project will provide an open platform for cities to be inspired, learn and exchange in order to find the most appropriate local solutions to solve their road safety challenges while contributing to the climate goals. In some ways, this is also what we're doing today. So the fund and its partner are dedicated to helping cities address road safety comprehensively. By sharing knowledge and best practices, we aim to equip cities with the tools they need to tackle their unique challenges. And I look forward to learning today about those good practices that you and our colleagues are implementing, and share them later on with the projects on the ground. Now, safe. So rapid urbanization brings many challenges, particularly for road safety. Recognizing the critical dangers, especially for vulnerable groups such as pedestrians, with a particular focus on school children, is critical. The UNRSF fund project called Reclaiming Streets for Vulnerable Road Users is our response. This initiative aims to overhaul street design, boost children-centered policies, and ensure every person has the right to safe mobility. One of the countries where we implement this project, in Ethiopia, the fund supported the government to design and adopt a national policy for safe non-motorized street design. There are now 69 cities in Ethiopia implementing it, and kilometers of cycle lanes have already been constructed. Digital innovation and community engagement are a critical part of strengthening inclusive road safety systems at municipal and city levels. Government and civil society and UN partners are working to strengthen national systems on road users' behavior with a focus on youth in support to the country's master plan on road safety, which is a key government priority. Sustainable. Our sustainability efforts focus on extremely pressing and relevant issues such as the influx of old or used vehicles from high-income nations to the low and middle-income countries. Pardon me. These used vehicles often arrive to low and middle-income countries, and they are not just a risk for road safety, but also for our planet. They are old, leading to more crashes, and they are also less environmental friendly sound due to old standards. The Safer and Cleaner Used Vehicle project, implemented in Asia and in Africa, is our partnership with the United Nations Environmental Programme to deliver the solution. We are setting strict standards for imported vehicles in various low and middle income countries, ensuring communities have access to safer and cleaner transportation options. As a result, in 15 West African countries, the fund supported the governments to design and adopt a regional imported vehicle directive, which improves the emission and vehicle safety standards. This requires, as you can imagine, a multi-government and multi-stakeholder system approach to used vehicle import and exports rules. In partnership with ministries, private sector and civil society, the initiative supports used vehicle regulations and technical inspections as well in those Western and Eastern African countries. Last, my third reflection is that it is on all of us in the global road safety community, governments, private sector, international, regional organization to keep disrupting the status quo. The road safety emergency must end. Our goal to have road fatalities and injuries globally must be met. The UN Road Safety Fund strive in working together with our partner here today and around the globe in getting political and technical leaders involved, listening to communities, using funds wisely, and embracing new technology and communities' ideas to ensure everyone is safe on the road. By exchanging our global expertise and innovation models today, which are building synergies across the Sustainable Development Agenda, we are scaling our future for better. It is critical we channel much needed road safety financing into those high-impact initiatives, and I look forward to hearing today from all the good practices. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please stay, please stay. Thank you so much, Veronique, for your very insightful presentation. Thank you. I would like to remember that it is actually an emergency for us. It is a priority, improving road safety, and also the 17 SDGs of the United Nations, also signed by our state, our governments, are indeed related to this. For example, the goal 3.6 commits us to global community to halve road traffic deaths by 2030. And the SDG 11.2, the second of the goal 11, calls us for improved road safety through better access and use of sustainable mobility. So it is really a priority, and thank you for bringing us the values of United Nations. Thank you so much. And we have a video now starting, and our technician could deal with that, and so we will see the video that you sent us kindly. Thank you.
Great, thank you to the technician.
There are roads which have no humps, and there are roads which have no signposts. So it becomes a danger to the school children.
Safety improvement was really needed because Lusaka accounts for the highest percentage of road fatalities in the country.
The project itself has identified hotspots, a number of schools that were at risk. Alongside infrastructural improvements, the project worked with stakeholders to raise awareness and really implement an education campaign for children and for parents.
What I think about the signs that are on the road right now is that it's a very good thing because as pupils we're able to cross the road in a very good way, and the drivers will be able to know that this is a zebra cross and I'm supposed to make way for the pupils to pass or any other people.
We feel good because there is no risk. At least we feel at peace that the learners are free. They are safe and they are free to cross.
There are private companies or cooperating partners who are willing to pour resources into road safety for schools.
Pooling resources together helps to enhance the impact of our actions. What we've witnessed today is a clear demonstration of that.
It has been very critical to work on pool funding, and the UN Road Safety Fund has been really catalytic in helping us to do that.
The most significant part of it was really to bring our policymakers and our policy implementers to a point where they started to factor in safety measures in the design of roads and road projects.
Championing safer roads for children is a shared responsibility. We need everyone. For Zambia, we've seen that effect. A road is a social space that should encompass all road users to use it freely and safely.
More sensitization needs to be done on the road because it is very important for safety of the children.
So let's go.
What I want to be when I finish school and when I grow up, I want to become a dentist.
Quindi avete visto, le Nazioni Unite lavorano anche.
As you have seen, United Nations is working on this topic, and especially in favor of the developing countries. And it's a sort of warning that we have a lot of, our government has approved the strategy of sustainable development strategy. Now, we will see now how and when these are no more options but facts. We go to the first round table. Please, Mr. Avenoso, can you come here? He's the Executive Director for the European Transport Safety Council, and also
Please join us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Ok, allora cominciamo subito. Io direi con.
Let's start now with Mr. Avenoso. What about this work day, this day you organized? I think it's going quite well. A good start. Please tell us more about what you're going to show in your slides. First of all, good morning, everybody. Well, the slides may be interesting, but they will not bring always good news as far as the road safety in the EU is concerned, and especially in the cities. I want to start with a very short presentation of the European Council of Transport Safety Council. It's a non-governmental organization in Brussels. It started 30 years ago with the target of considering all the government instances, even local, about the best road safety practices. So we work with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, with all the member states, and also with the single local administration to improve all the safety policies. We have 58 member associations, and we are happy to have 5 in Italy, and the Unipolis Foundation, with whom we organize this event, is also UNASCA, ACI, and Italia Foundation. We read everywhere that road safety in Europe is a successful story. But at the same time, you see here, this is the number of people who died in road traffic in the EU in the last year. 20,678 people lost their life. They went out their homes and never came back because of a road accident. So how can we put together these two statements? On one side, over 20,000 victims, and then on the other, it's a successful story. Well, frankly speaking, there is a lot to be done. And before we can speak about European road safety as a successful story, there are about 50 people who die every day. It's as if every 2 days an air crash would take place. And as experts in the field, we would react in a different way if there were air crashes with no survivors every 2 days. These are the data of the change in the number of casualties in the European roads. Like Switzerland, adding 5, like Norway, Switzerland. And you see the reduction of number of deaths was only 9%. I say only 9% because the European Union has the target of reducing 50% by 2030 the number of dead people and casualties on the road. And if we want to reach this target, then for 2019-2022, we should have had at least a reduction of 17%, but we are stopped at 9%. But if we look at the long term, in the long term, for considering that the target of the previous decade, due to the coronavirus lockdown, limitation in movement, remote working, this has contributed to the reduction of the mobility, reduction of transportation on the roads, and a part of that 9% is also due not only because of an improvement of road safety in the European Union, but rather to the lockdown, and the number of kilometers ran in those years was much lower. Due to this reduction during the lockdown time, after that there was an increase in the mortality at the European level. If we look in a wider way at the past 10 years, between 2012 and 2022, we can see how there is no European Union of the road safety. We are not safe in the same way if we are in a country rather than another. We can go from the Netherlands to Belgium, France, and then move to Italy and to the countries of Central Europe and Eastern Europe, and you will see how the situation is different. And the rate of road safety is different. As for the improvement, we have 27 countries, European Union, with a reduction on 22% when the target was 50%. A lot of progress in countries like Lithuania that are over 50% with a target reached of 60%, and Poland reached 47%. We must pay attention to these two countries, but also Estonia, Lithuania, they have an improvement due to the fact that their starting situation was different. They were a little bit backwards compared to other countries. This can be seen from this other slide. There is no progress, but there is mortality rate, the number of dead in the country per million of inhabitants is in Norway, who are at the top of this road safety in Europe, is 21, and 22 for Sweden. We are 86 in Romania, and you see there is a gap, an enormous gap. Obviously, these rates are very high, and we cannot deny that there were some improvements. This is why we speak about a successful story, especially in the past 20 years. I wanted to introduce, and I will introduce in my next slide, which is a dynamic slide about the improvement of the mortality rate in the different Western European countries, to see that although there is a lot to be done, still, something has to be done. This is, trust me, we will make it. This slide shows you every year. You could see all these data for the various countries moved to the left to have now lower rates. So I remember when I started the road safety, to deal with the road safety in 2001, we had a number over 50,000. Now we have a number of 20,000, still far from the final target, but thanks to the work of the government, of the European Union, of police, and all those who are in charge for road safety, we have seen the improvements. Something needs to be said about the seriously injured. This is an underestimated figure, but we need to remember that seriously injured are very important when we speak about road safety. Unfortunately, the number of dead is just the tip of the iceberg, and we need to consider the importance of the seriously injured people. And the European Union has fixed the target of reducing of a half in 10 years, but also the target of not only for deaths, but also for seriously injured. Some data also for the urban roads we are mainly speaking about is these are the data of 2019, in a time when still there wasn't the boom of electric scooters or scooter. 9,500 people were killed in 2019 on urban roads in the EU, and no wonder if 70% of these killed are vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcycle drivers. If we look at the division of mortality road deaths in the EU, we see that 38% of the deaths occurs on urban roads. Unfortunately, if we look at the cities in Europe, that's between 2010 and 2017 was reduced only of 14%. State road, the motorways, 16% had a better result, and also highways with 24%. Another data is to be considered in the controls with no traffic when there is a possibility to drive in urban areas. 35% and between 35% and 75% are the people who go higher than the legal speed limit. So we know that speed is the core, one of the main issues for the accidents on the highways, but unfortunately there is a strong impact of high speed. Of course, you cannot drive if you drank alcohol, and actually, although usually if you drank you shouldn't drive, but there are many people who go in a car when somebody has drunk. You see the differences in between Oslo and Bucharest. Here, urban road deaths per million population. This graphic explains the mortality in general. A good mortality rate, a low mortality rate means a good urban road safety. I wish to conclude with two slides that go beyond my presentation. And please allow me to recommend the famous inverted pyramids for the modal priority based on the vulnerability of road users. Priority must be given to the choose of the vulnerable subjects, starting from pedestrians, cyclists, public transport, PTWs, and then cars and goods vehicles. So we need to make in a way that all the vulnerable subject may enjoy the urban environment without risk. The recommendation is that we need to insist above all the importance of the speed limit in the urban areas. The default limit is 50 kilometers per hour. In case of impact between a car and a pedestrians, 90% of pedestrians dies when there is an impact. If the impact would be at 30 kilometers per hour, the 90% of pedestrians could survive. So you realize that when we speak about lowering the speed in the urban areas from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour, that would make the difference. Now, in Brussels, we shifted from shifted to 30 kilometers per hour. At the beginning, everybody was very worried they couldn't make it, but then the number of accidents was reduced and also of the emissions, and our lives haven't changed. We still can reach the workplace on time, but the city is much safer and livable. Thank you very much.
Grazie, davvero dei numeri impressionanti.
Thank you very much. Really impressive figures. I think that the panel discussion on technology will provide some answers because technology is important to help us better manage this situation for road safety. So, for instance, why not think of assisted driving approaches or cruise control systems that can cut the speed of vehicles when they enter a city. We have the technologies which enable this. And if people don't understand that they need to slow down when they enter a city, let's do it by default so that there is a limit on the speed that the automobile can take. If they are unable to understand it, there are standards, limits, but that will be a topic for discussion in the panel discussion. So let's now see what is being done in the cities of Brussels and also in Belgium on this. So let me call Laurence Willemse, who I call to take the floor.
Thank you. Okay. So let me introduce myself. So I'm Laurence Willemse.
Sono Laurence Willemse e lavoro con il Ministero della Mobilità, dei Lavori Pubblici e per la sicurezza stradale a Bruxelles. Vi parlerò di alcuni progetti, quali per esempio il nostro progetto Bruxelles 30. Questa è una delle 3 regioni del Belgio, è una regione metropolitana, quella di Bruxelles, che poi è la capitale del Belgio. Allora, questo progetto fa parte del piano per la nostra città che si chiama Good Move. Good Move ha l'obiettivo di creare quartieri pacifici e eliminare appunto il traffico stradale e trasferirlo sulle strade e le arterie principali e non sulle strade dei quartieri. Ebbene, uno degli interventi era quello di introdurre il limite dei 30 km l'ora e 2 anni fa abbiamo preso questa iniziativa. È stato un cambiamento assoluto dal punto di vista della mentalità, come diceva prima Antonio. Molte persone all'inizio si sono ribellati, ma oggi dopo 2 anni le persone sono più contente e la popolazione si è abituata. L'ambizione nostra era quella di creare, per ragioni di sicurezza stradale, il numero degli incidenti gravi e fornire anche condizioni migliori per lo sviluppo e permettere la ciclabilità in città e anche per adattarsi alle infrastrutture, implementare controlli, sanzioni, ridurre appunto la qualità della vita attraverso una riduzione dell'inquinamento. Questi progetti, per implementarli, abbiamo intrapreso 7 provvedimenti. Primo, individuare le strade che dovevano appunto mantenere un limite superiore di 50 o 70, quindi oltre i 30. Quindi individuare quali strade potevano permettere di circolare a più di 30 km/h. Poi abbiamo modificato il codice stradale e abbiamo
So step-by-step the infrastructure. We put also more control. We work with the local police to have more control on the road. And we take also consideration the speed of the bus and the tram to also create a limit for the public transport. And afterward we evaluate. Today we still evaluate this measure. So as I said, the first was to modify the law. We just switched the number in the Brussels law, in the code. And so today it's new highway code. We identified the road, so you can see the discussion with the administration. We had a lot of discussion with the local authorities and with the local policy. So we had a different workshop to discuss and to negotiate all the map of Brussels. And the result is here. You can see before, the blue one is the 30 roads in Brussels before 91, and after you can see the switch of mine and the big change. So the main road in orange or in black are the highway or the biggest road in Brussels, and all the local roads were switched to 30 kilometers. And also it's very easier for the driver to know the speed limits, because the rule is 30, except if there is a special indication. As I said, we also create support to the populations of the first year. We invest into a lot of information to people, to citizens. Also, we had a huge campaign online, but also on the bus. So we put everywhere the 30 to remind a little bit the rule. Over the infrastructure, so we had to take off all the zone 30 and to put new sign, and also on the ground we try to implement new sign on the painting on the ground to explain the rule. Every year we try also to modify some local routes who are too large, and so we put a cycling lane, a bigger pedestrian zone to also to create the switch on the road. We also work with the local policy in Brussels to have more control on some neighborhoods, and we put also, unfortunately, maybe some control. We have different control. The first one is fixed camera, but we also work with the local policy, and they use a mobile camera, and they switch every week. They switch the place of the camera, and so it's easier also to make respect of the new limits. We had evaluation of the speed, of the journey time, of accident, of noise, and also for the public transport of commercial speed. As you can see here, after 1 year and a half, we had a lot of decrease, even on the road who remained on 50, for example. And so we can see that people get used to it, and of course everybody doesn't respect the rule. We still have speed problem, but the change of mind is really get to it. We had the speed measure on several roads in Brussels to see if the journey time had a lot increase or no. We have in middle a little bit change, but not super huge change, and so it's not visible in everyday life for people. Antonio spoke about the accident. We see the data of the accident in Brussels. As you said, after the COVID, it was really very dark season for Brussels and for Belgium, because a lot of people were happy to go out and to use a car again, and so we had a lot of problem after the COVID and a lot of accidents, unfortunately. But we see that it's getting lower and lower, and we hope that middle term and long term it can really had a result. The noise was also very important in Brussels because a lot of people complain about the traffic noise in the apartment, in the house, and even in the streets. And so we had measured this noise, and the results were very good. And we can see that the noise in the neighborhood was really lower with the lower speed, and that was a very good result. Thank you. I don't know if I have a little bit of time to speak about the other project.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Because as the topic of today was also innovation and so on, we launched some day ago the MaaS project in Brussels for the Mobility Weeks. And so it's the public transport and the region who developed a MaaS application. And we were quite proud of it, and so I can a little bit explain. Sorry, the slides are not in English, but I can tell a bit about it. So the name of the application is Floya, and so we wanted to regroup all the mobility modes who are available in Brussels in one application who can be used for the citizen and also the tourists. We work a lot with the different public body in Brussels, so the taxi, the public transport, but also the steps, the Velo is the share bike in Brussels. And so we all put in one application. We had two years ago a test who was named Move Brussels, and we test this small app on a small group of testers. And so last year we developed with a trophy, which is a private society, and we developed with the public transport this Floya application, and now it's launched. You can upload it from your smartphone if you come in Brussels next day or next week. The target was the automobilists, to try to convince them to use the different offer in Brussels, and also to convince the possibility of multimodal possibility in Brussels. So today we have the public transport, so train, metro, tramway, and buses, and also the private transport, which are on the right. And we want to improve it every month, so that's the first launch, but we will have a new launch in some months to have a new launch with other transport opportunity. Yes. We also want to do, Berlin has done this, so we have the project to have also in the city some point physical in the city who you can use the different modi. So today it's a little bit everywhere. We want to have a special mobility hub in the city, and so you can use the application, and then you can have the opportunity to use all the transport on one mobility hub. That's my last slide.
Thank you so much. Yes, very interesting. And of course, road safety education is key. So I would like to hear Eddy Klynen view on that, because in Belgium they are working a lot on that. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eddy Klynen, I'm from Belgium. I studied at the university in Brussels 30 years ago. My son started this week. What a difference Brussels made in 30 years. So it is a privilege to come in Brussels, so I would all invite you to visit Brussels. It is so much nicer than it used to be. So that about Brussels. Something about Sicily. I very much like the introduction about the colors of Sicily. But it's also a little bit dangerous because I witnessed the white of the buildings, I witnessed the blue of the sky, I witnessed the green of the plants, but it infected my eye, really. All the beauty for somebody like me from the gray Belgium is dangerous. So I think it infected my eye to protect me from all the beauty in Sicily. But it's an honor to be here. I understood I have 15 minutes to give you a presentation. It's not a lot, but I will do my best to tell you something about my vision, my philosophy about road safety and sustainable mobility. I know it sounds boring, but I have the help of my wife and my grandmother to explain you my vision. And I will give you 3 concrete examples about how it is possible to improve road safety thanks to education and campaigns. That's my ambition with my presentation. So, here you see a picture of my grandmother and my wife. Do not be mistaken. This is my wife. And the other on the bike is my grandmother. Why these 2 pictures? What has this to do with mobility? My grandmother lived in a tiny village in Flanders, the northern part of Belgium. She left her village only once in her lifetime, when we as a family took my grandmother to the seaside. It's 200 kilometers, yes. For the rest, she spent her life in the shadow of the church tower of her little town. And my point is that she never ever complained about mobility. Yes, she was happy with her life. And every family gathering, she was talking with sparks in her eyes about the adventure of the trip to the seaside. Yeah? On the other hand, my wife, driving a company car, flying around the globe, and complaining about mobility every day. Yes? That's not the worst part of it. The worst part is that she believes that we as mobility professionals should solve her mobility issue, her mobility problem. Don't get me wrong, I do not want to go back to the time of my grandmother. I'm convinced that mobility system as we have it nowadays offers us much more possibilities than in the time of my grandmother. I do not want to go back in history, and it's something that I always tell people, mobility as it is organized nowadays is wonderful. But we face some challenges which we have to meet, and if we do not solve these issues, I think that slowly we will go back with mobility to the time of my grandmother. So we really must, as professionals, must improve road safety, we must do something about accessibility, reachability, and we must lower the impact on environment of mobility. This is key if we want to keep the advantages of mobility. Now something more concrete, how do we try to do this? I work for VSV, Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge. We are involved in education and campaigns, sensitization. Here you see the so-called vertical learning line. We have all kinds of initiatives for all kinds of target groups, and from very young people. We start at the age of 3, yes, when children are still in kindergarten. Yeah? We already teach them how to walk and how to cycle safely. And we have initiatives for primary schools, secondary schools, companies, and so on. And maybe it's interesting to tell you that we have partnerships with all major insurance companies in Belgium and Flanders. So it is very difficult to have a serious traffic-related accident in an office. If you have an accident in the office, you're unlucky. But it is quite often the case that you're involved in an accident on the road going to your work or going from your work to home. So insurance companies are asking, even demanding companies to lower the road accidents. And they even tell them, if you do not do something about this rate of accidents on the road, you will have to pay higher fees, unless you follow a program, education, coaching by VSV. You know, Flanders is a cycling region. Many people cycle. It's also possible to have a lease bicycle. And we have agreements with major companies, for instance, BASF. It's a company of 3,000 people in the port of Antwerp, and they have a program where their employees can have a bicycle. Yes? We saw that, insurance companies saw that a lot of these employees were involved in traffic accidents with their bike from the company. So they demanded that everyone who leased a bicycle should follow a training program. Yes? And they know that everybody that followed the training was for 30%, 1/3 less involved in accidents. Yeah? So I think this proves that education training can do something about road safety. This also emphasizes the importance of the human factor. We all know that it is the most important factor for crashes. 80–90% of crashes are related to human behavior. So we must do something about this. I'm not telling you that only education and campaigns can influence human behavior. Of course, enforcement, police can also improve human behavior, but we as a company, VSV, we focus on campaigns and education. That's what we try to do. Ladies, pay attention. Maybe it looks like just another silly story, but it is important, I think. And when I tell it, of course, it looks like a silly story, I know, but it is also something scientific, yes? Thaler, who got a Nobel Prize, wrote about this example. So in the airport of Schiphol, the Netherlands, they had a problem. A problem in the toilets of the men, yes? It was difficult for men to aim right when they were peeing, yes? So it was an enormous cost to clean this mess, yes? So this was a problem, and they tried to solve this problem by putting posters, yes? Please, gentlemen, pee right, yes? It didn't help. Then they threatened men with fines. It didn't help. And then there was a smart man or woman, I do not know, and he said if he would print a fly, yes, in the urinoirs, men cannot help themselves, they will aim right. Gentlemen, is this right or not? It is, yes. And I think if it is possible to change human behavior, even behavior of men in toilets, it's also possible to change behavior in traffic. And I will prove you that this is also possible. By the example of driver education. It's the most impressive slide about road safety that I can show you. We improved with 40%. We have a reduction about male, young people, yes, in the age group of 1925. So here, this was 2010, and it dropped until here, 2019. It dropped with 40%, or road safety for this age group, for this gender group, improved with 40%. Yes? Here you see the same different graph, but the same story. We used to have 2 peaks in casualties. This peak disappeared for the age group 19-25. What happened? Young people all across Europe are less interested in getting a driving license. When I was young, 17, 18, I wanted to have my driving license because I also knew driving license is girlfriend. I have two children, 18, 20 years, they are not interested in driving license anymore. Yeah? So there is this international trend, and we try to help this trend by making driver education more difficult. In Flanders nowadays, it is more difficult to get your driving license. This is a very interesting thing to do if you want to improve road safety. Here is how it used to be. Quite easy to get a driving license. And if a young man, a teenager, gets his driving license, if he passes theory and practical test, he thinks that he is the best driver of the world. Yes, in Belgium, but also in Italy, I think. So we said this must be more difficult. It is interesting if somebody passes, not the first time, not the second time, but if it takes some effort to pass the driving test. So what happened? Very simple thing. In the theory test, we added the so-called serious offenses. Before that, 50 questions. Every question was 1 point. You could make mistakes, you could make 9 mistakes and still get your driving license. Then we introduced the serious offenses. They are 5 points. So if you miss 2 serious offenses, you do not pass. You understand? And if you fail twice, twice the theory test, you must take mandatory lessons in a driving school. Passing rate dropped thanks to the introduction of serious offenses with 30%. And the longer it takes that somebody has access to a driving license, the more safe it gets. Yeah? This example to tell you that it is possible to improve road safety thanks to education and thanks to quite easy measures, but you must do this. We took the Austrian example to do this in Flanders. Austria is even better, but our politicians said, we will not do this, but it's something like that, and it improves road safety in Flanders. We also introduced a return day, so even if you get your driving license in Flanders, you must take a reminder day after 9 months. Telling people that even if you get your driving license, it's not the end of the road. You must keep on developing your skills on the road. Another example, road safety campaigns. It's something that we do as VSV in Flanders since 2017. And they are all evaluated by an external company, and they tell us that we have an impact on road safety. People are changing their behavior thanks to the campaigns. We learned some lessons since 2017. We know that people are not against road safety. Go back to the slide with the nudging. Men are not against aiming right, but it is difficult. So we help people, yes, to behave correctly also in traffic. To forbid is not to help. So telling men that it is forbidden to pee next to the urinoir is not helping them. Yeah? Knowledge is not behavior. It would be simple if you would improve behavior and people would behave correctly. It's not like that. Yeah? Of course, men know that it is not correct to aim wrong. Yeah? Social norm, important. Police, when they have enforcement actions, they often tell the audience that percentage, 10% was speeding. It's much more interesting to tell the audience 90% was behaving correctly. Yeah? Medium is the message. In the campaigns that we do, we never send messages to the audience as VSV. We use people who are much more popular in Flanders than we are. And of course, evaluation, we started in 2017. Not every campaign was a success. We know this thanks to the evaluation. If it was not successful, we changed it and we tried something else. Here you see results of a campaign about driving under influence of alcohol and drugs. And we see that almost 90%, 89% changed their behavior after that they had contact with the campaign. Could be a poster, a social media, influencers, radio, things like that. Yeah? Not our data, made by an external company. Of course, repetition is key. You see that every time that we did a campaign, behavior improved. Last example, road safety education. We started in 1990 as a very small organization with 2 employees, and we made all kinds of packages for schools. Primary schools, secondary schools. Now we are with 65 employees. We go to most schools in Flanders, and you see that we have different kinds of actions. The most interesting actions, I think, are pedestrian and cycling tests. So we start when children are 6 years old, and we learn them how to walk safely in school areas. The last phase, the last step in this pedestrian exam is exam gold. It is when children are still very young that they walk independently in the school surroundings. Yes? Walking certificates. We also have cycling certificates. It is the last one, the grand cycling exam, is when children are 12 years. It is the year before they go to the secondary school. It's also cycling independently, yes, in the neighborhood of the school, the place where they live. If they pass the test, we developed it with the university, we can assure the children and the parents that they will be able to cycle alone next year when they go to the secondary school. Yes? It's not only important for safe walking and safe cycling, it's also starting with education. I'm convinced that it is a lifelong process, and that it is impossible to have safe car drivers if you do not have safe pedestrians and safe cyclists. So I hope that I gave you an insight in what we do. If you want to have more information, you can always contact me. And if you want to have more information about education, I can recommend a Learn project. It's something that we did together with ETSC and MAFRE Foundation. MAFRE is a Spanish foundation like Unipolis. It's an insurance company which also supports road safety education and road safety in general. Conclusions? I hoped that I could convince you that road safety education and campaigns is important, that it can be successful, and if you want more information, you can always contact me. Grazie mille.
Thank you. Thank you so much, thank you. And please, thank you so much. We give the floor to the other panelists. Thank you. Thank you for coming to beautiful Sicily. Thank you. Quindi chiamo adesso sul palco I protagonisti della seconda.
I call to the floor Sampo, Hietanen, and Paola Carrea, manager of UnipolTech. Thank you very much.
Per tagliare un po' sui tempi vi pregherei di andare subito.
Please kindly go directly for the speech. I'm sorry, I cannot speak Italian.
As the time passes, now we go from safety to the future. So you can close your eyes and just think about far distant in the future. where you don't have to worry about it because you will be retired before you have to do anything about it. That's not true. If you trust me in two things, first of all, just like media, banking, telecom, everything, the digital disruption will happen in mobility. Just trust me on this one. The second thing is, I know how it happens. So, my name is Sampo Hietanen. I'm normally known around the world as the guy who came up with the concept of mobility as a service. I still really don't know what it is, but I'll try to explain to you. For some reason, everybody in the media seems to like it. There has been quite a lot of attention around the world of, okay, well, this is the big change. Made me also wonder, why on earth is it everywhere? It's actually quite simple. If we really pinpoint the disruption in mobility, it boils down to this. And I know this is bad for car industry and for everyone, but still, let me do this. It makes sense to ask this question. And now you can close your eyes. If you don't wake up, it's my problem. And just think yourself, how many of you have a car? Okay, quite many. The next thing is, what would I here have to promise so that it would be better? And this is not an ideological question or anything like that, but it is an essential question because the car is the best product out there. Every city wants to lower the use of car and do all of this it has been for at least 50 or more years, but still the car is dominant. It is because it talks to us. This issue will not be solved only on a map. You can help it, but we have to create something that people like. So it has to be of same value. Now, let's play a game. What if I were to say that with the same money as your car, you can access all the rental cars, all the car shares, all the buses, all the trains, all the taxis, everything, all the scooters, everything you can think of, everywhere in the world. How many would say that we're on the same level? Well, this would actually make a big impact. Then the even further one is this. It really boils down, and I've been through all the MaaS trials and everything, and we're not quite there yet. But what the car actually gives you, car is actually not a car. It's an insurance. It's an insurance for freedom. We have to go back to when it really came, and like your grandmother, the grandmother with the bike didn't really need that much, but it must have been a revelation to actually get a car because the world just became much bigger, didn't it? You could go anywhere, anytime on a whim, just like that. And it still is embedded. So it's more on the individual and our thought of the freedom. And unless we do it, and I've been doing this with consumers for quite a while, and they keep on always asking, so, but in Finland we have 200,000 lakes, people go to summer houses. What about that? In northern Italy, they want to go to the Alps, they want to do this. You have to be able to give them certainty of anywhere. So it's not just this one trip, it's all your trips. Because when you make the decision, you actually think of 1 year ahead. Can I take my kids to football? Can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? So you have to be able to do that. How on earth is it doable? Well, first of all, a lot of design. Let's remember why cars are good, because it's so beautiful design. We are in the country of the most beautiful cars that come from, it's the Ferraris and so on. Everybody dreams of them. So don't think that this is an engineering thing. It's a design and marketing thing. You have to actually be able to make it extremely beautiful, convenient, and the package has to be such that, everybody would love it that way. In a way, it's a bit like this. If you think of the future, the youngsters now, you ask them how many apps do they have for their mobility, and it's 20, 30 in Brussels, 50 different apps. And of course you want one, but it's not enough, because you still need to do the wow thing in it. And it's a bit like with the mobile phones. If you nowadays ask that, hey, could I have a teleoperator that only works in Siracusa, only works in Brussels, well, you understand. It doesn't work. You need to have a roaming, because your car will also take you out of Siracusa, out of Brussels, out of every place. So you also have to have the similarities in it. You know, I've given over 2,000 speeches about this, whether it's in Los Angeles or anywhere. And when I talk to professionals, good that we have the students here, because they're normal people. We in the industry, we're not. Everybody keeps on saying, oh, it's so hard. Yes, we could do that, but it's so hard. Yeah, you know, the ecosystem and all of that. When I talk to the youngsters in LA and so on, they say, of course, like Netflix for mobility, makes all sense. It's not rocket science. And then they say, why isn't it here yet? And the industry, well, we know how it is. But it does take a lot. You need to integrate just about everything in order to really be on the space of dreams for people. And this is where we want to be. Of course, it doesn't happen over one step like that. The other part is why it's hard, because everybody's big in it. Everybody's used to doing their own things. Public transport is not designed to work with taxis and micromobility and so on. They're getting there, like Brussels, like we see the mobility hubs in Berlin and so on. The infrastructure starts to be, but on a digital and service level, they're not meant for that. The other part is that people need choices for this, and everybody's kind of afraid of the booking.com effect or something like that. It's hard to get a head around this open ecosystem for it. So, why does this make sense? I have argued that the first question, what would be even better or as good as owning a car? It's a goal. We're not going to get there in year 2, 3, 4, 5 or so, but eventually it starts to be for some. I've argued that this is the biggest question for economic growth and for sustainability in the world. Look, and if somebody can argue, please do. I've tried this with a couple of novelists and they couldn't. 20% of our money in our pocket goes to mobility today. 76% of that money lies in the car, and the car is used 4% of the time. Economic growth, by definition, comes from big productivity leaps, doesn't it? It doesn't come from bankers. So the potential of solving this is definitely the biggest chance we have for anything. But it doesn't happen if we do not fulfill dreams of people. If we just try to be, you know, engineers, we solve the issues. As a transport engineer, I know every person could be transported much more efficiently if I could just tell them what to do. Sadly, I can't. We're not in North Korea. We have freedom to choose for people. That's how it is. On the other hand, by 2030, even with the electrification, the impact of traffic to carbon emission, and it's been on the rise all the time, is 40%. We did a thorough study around Europe. Today, 38% of people are actively looking for solutions for, you know, either complement or actually have something alternative to their cars. That means today, as we are here, there's 70 million potential customers in European roads that we are not serving because they do not have an actual choice, to be fair. It doesn't exist. So I would say it is a relatively big industry issue to solve this. But it doesn't start from only doing things on a map or system. It starts from one person, not more. Now I know many of you will say, yeah, well, people don't like it. No, they're not really ready. If you don't trust me, trust all the studies around the world. In 2030, people do think that they will be using something like this. The problem is that we're not giving them the beautiful services of cars that, or similar MaaS as cars as we have today. But as long as we get the markets really rolling, the options out there, we start actually seeing the change as well. But the bricks are big. Now, what does it mean for the cities of the future? In year 39, I've actually seen the original plan. Automotive industry presented in the World Exhibition in New York, this beautiful vision of Futurama. You know, you have industry here, you have people living here, you have these and these, and car to connect it all. Beautiful vision. Nobody asked, well, do you have any facts? no? But the vision was so strong that from then on, we more or less built it that way. And that's what's been ongoing. I'm so happy to hear the mayor of Siracusa that it started to think again. It started to actually not think about corridors, it started to think about the hubs and how they are interconnected. But it actually changed the whole logic of the city planning if the whole demand changes as well. Now, I wanted to do this because we are in Siracusa. To a Finnish person, it's a big city. For you, I know it's not. In Finland, we don't have much of big cities. So the question is, yeah, will this only be for Rome and Milan, but not for anything else? I come from a country where we did a lot of these, and Finland is the size of Italy, roughly, with 5 million people. And everybody said the 3G or the telecom, it will only be in Helsinki, but nowhere else. Today we go to Lapland, which is, nobody lives there, and I have 5G everywhere. The same will happen here. Yes, the big cities will start the evolution, of course, but the people in Rome, Milan, they also want to go to smaller cities. So unless you give them that, you're not going to be making a service. Same applies everywhere. So as long as we get the markets rolling, we can actually address also to the smaller cities. Eventually, it is about disruption. Nowadays, you can't just think of your business. You have to make sure that you actually provide for the society, you provide for the markets, but you also provide for the users. You cannot dictate it otherwise. And this is what we are trying to do. Now, I'll go into examples. About business. Can you make business out of sustainability? Let's do it this way. I give you a car as a leasing car, company car, and here we go. I give that to you. But what if I had also, as tools, I would have public transport, micromobility taxis, all of them. This means that every time I actually do not have to produce that image of the leasing car to you with that, I actually lower my production cost. In a way, and it is true, if you walk, I make money because you're not using the car, and the less you use it, the less production cost I have actually. What could this lead into once we get into the subscriptions more? Something maybe like this. Maybe instead of a leasing car, you can actually have a quota of 50 kilograms, which is more or less the target for consumption of CO2. Do whatever you want. If you want to drive with a big car, you might get 100 kilometers. If you want to be a bit more flexible, then you can do it this way. If you actually go below the 50, well, we'll upgrade your things. We'll give you a better car. We'll give you nicer things. We'll get you a cup of coffee to public transportation. So once we get there, we start also getting into the innovations. And this, in this kind of formula, it does mean that every time you really change from the actually costly means also more CO2, I'm making profits. It really does mean, and I'll tell you an example. This is real data from Helsinki. If you change a bit, this is actual usage for those that can use everything. You change a bit, you know, from cars from 24, taxi 21, 19 and 17. This small change makes, for a company that provides this subscription, 94 euros more profits. Just a little change. So this is where you can actually make, by walking, you can make a lot of money. I can give you a nice cup of cappuccino if you walk, because I'm making money out of that. I kind of like it because the logic, the mathematics, is quite like what insurance companies do. They're the only ones that can actually do the math. I'm not as good in that one. Now, as sort of some of the last points, where I think that the industry will be moving towards, is we are not really good as mobility industry. We think that it's all about us. And when I started also thinking about this, that hey, what else can we integrate into the mobility? And it's the wrong way thinking. We should be thinking more that, okay, where could we integrate this mobility into? Whether it's insurance, whether it's a football event, whether it's a rugby World Cup, whether do you want to buy a plug-in of MaaS with your rent, which we did in Tokyo, which went really well, so that as part of your rent you have different packages of mobility. The real estate developer does not have to build so many parking spaces and that. Or employee benefits and such. We really need to make it pluggable enough so that whatever type of way the consumers want it, we give it to them. Not how we want to give it to them as such. I really want to end this because I hear strangely a lot in Italy, oh, you know, the northern countries, they're so advanced in these digital things. I can tell you, I've given this example last month to Japanese politicians, to Germans, to Swiss, to Danish, Swedes, and a couple of others, on where to go if you want to see the best markets of MaaS. And surprise, surprise, it's in Italy. There are different ways of doing this market model, and for some reason, I actually believe that the way that the Italians have now started, especially in Milan and Rome, incentivizing the markets is just the right way. It's hard to figure out, but if you think of this, that MaaS is in the same place as the electric cars was before Tesla, the right way is not to start producing them in a city, but to make incentives so that the markets will start actually pumping up. Make sure that the infrastructure is there as well. And for a strange reason, this is exactly what happens in Italy at the moment. So, to end it, it's about dreams. We need to build a better dream at some point. What is the better dream? Like with your grandmother and now your wife, what we want no longer is a small circle. We actually want, we all dream when I talk to people that, what if I gave you everything in the world, just like that? We need to start thinking of the dreams to fulfill for the next decade for people. And that's what MaaS and mobility is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Sampo. Thank you. Now we switch to Italian. Maybe you need your...
Adesso passiamo all'italiano. I just wanted to wake up the audience. Sampo is really incredible, so we wish to thank him for being with us today, but you're also an incredible speaker. We've known each other for years, and I've seen you in the car industry and then shifting to the insurance company. And now you are involved in innovation and technology. But please allow me, I will not use the slides because after all these interventions, it is very difficult to repeat things that were said. But maybe you can have a clue. Yeah, I will take some clues and I will use them. When we spoke about MaaS in the past, we were like enemies because they said, yes, but what you want? Do you want people not to buy cars anymore? We have the target of 1 million cars every year. And we were wondering, where do these cars go? Where do we park them? We asked this question to ourselves. If we cannot sell 1 million cars every year, it's the end of the world. It is true that some jobs were eliminated, but it is also true that new positions were created in another field. And our young people, the representatives of whom are here, they are teaching us that, you know, this is a good definition, the Netflix of cars. Why don't we have the service of mobility in an app without taking anything away from the car, but giving us the freedom of moving on the roads that are safe and maybe less cars, but that may travel more. Technologies help, for sure. Before, Sampo said that in Finland there are only 5 million and we are 60 million with the same size. the same surface. In our country, the typology is totally different from the other countries. The mayor said that we need to get used again to redesign and to live the city in a different way. This city, as our colleague from Unipol, my colleague from Unipol, and I wish to thank him for his speech. This city is over 2,700 years old, but before there weren't cars, but no bicycle, nothing. So we need to understand what is the secret. We have no recipe for that because technically a recipe that seems to be resolving all the issues of road safety impacts other problems, and if it goes well together with the ecology and the road safety, but it is against the ethics, for instance. We heard about autonomous driving. We know very well that if we try to combine the autonomous driving meant as the individual public transport with the electric car, so the maximum sustainability, we are able, we made some experiments in turn, we would be able to significantly reduce the traffic because we allow the cars, the autonomously driven cars, to be used also by the driver, but when they are left in a parking lot, they autonomously move where they are requested. This can be done, but there is a problem, the ethic problem, because if I need to choose, in case of an accident, should I save the life of the people who are always in the car or of people who are on the road, walking on the road? This is a problem we are still analyzing and we still don't have any answers, but let's not go too far away from the main topic. As Unipol, 7 years ago, we started some experiments to understand whether these assisted driving systems can reduce the risk of accidents or rather increase it. It's very important to understand this. And we realized that until we are in a hybrid situation, that is a situation where the reaction time of the car braking by itself because it senses the pedestrian is different from the reaction time of the people who is behind, who is not so fast. So we have done these things, we have measured, and I am so sorry that because I don't have the data because I hadn't caught it very well, but I can share the data with you. Because somebody who is driving behind doesn't have any knowledge of who is driving or what is driving the car ahead, or those people who is not used to this adaptive control system, the first thing is to look at the road with attention instead of looking at the board to make sure everything is working well. Of course, this creates distraction. And another important thing, besides the mobility Netflix, is the distraction for the use of mobile phones. We will speak about it in our roundtable later. We had an increase in the crashes due to the use of mobile phones. We are not used, we don't want to give up. We cannot do without our mobile phones, but mobility as a service is for us is complementary to the use of cars. It doesn't mean eliminating the use of cars. You may decide to use the car long-term rent. Well, you may decide not to buy a car, but to rent a car, or you can buy kilometers. But when you buy kilometers and you have your own car, or you have more than one car, yes, the bicycle is good, the skateboard is good, but then you need to take children to school, you have to go food shopping and bring all the food home. So when you have a car, it doesn't matter whether it is a private car or it's rented, and you are in a city, and you can get information from the same app that tells you to park somewhere rather than anywhere else, and gives you an indication about the limited parking area or the traffic, and all the information we can get to help the citizens. You can pay through your app, and you don't need to have different apps. You have the possibility to book a trip from A to B inside the city by using the transportation. So MaaS is MaaS for young people who are potentially going to be your clients in the future of buying insurance for health, for a house. So MaaS is this complementarity, the freedom of moving without worrying about queuing, understanding where is the tobacco shops to buy the ticket for your bus, because you can buy it directly from your app, using your app. Where are we at? What is the situation in Italy? PNR encourages the diffusion, and there are 3 large cities that started to propose. Milan and Rome are 2 of the cities where we provide this service. So when you arrive in Milan, you can use the public transportation. You can book your taxi, but the target is not to limit to Rome or Milan this kind of services, of making instead agreements with the company that gives you the skateboard, not only in Milan, but there are also the sharing companies, but also in other cities, so that the client who has the app because he has the insurance or because he has downloaded it, also to use part of this app to book a mean of transportation. And this would be a step towards this kind of reconciliation between the lower emission of CO2 and because of course you don't go around with the car a lot, and moving freely without these bonds by increasing the objective, if there is the possibility of reaching our target, which is safety. Today we see many accidents connected to these vulnerable road users in the urban areas. And sometimes as an insurance company, we say it is a disaster, because when a car goes against a pedestrian or a scooter or a bicycle, is the general idea often is that it's the car driver's fault. We are trying to improve the system of cameras on the car so that we may protect the driver, because sometimes the cyclists go against you and the scooters go in the inverse sense. So going back to the starting point, I leave the floor to other speakers and who deserve probably more than me to be here. We don't have the magic recipe. It is fair to try to experiment and to bring forward new solutions, because to us, MaaS is complementary to the use of cars, and since there is a lot of police representation, a large police representation here, we work with them and we trust to work more and more on the topics of road safety. I wish to mention for the first time a sort of revolution we are bringing forward, which is the concept of transforming the black box in green box. And something I liked very much today, and I've seen many of you have spoken about education to all these kind of topics and concepts, is our concept of green box has within an education issue. I want to make the driver responsible for a certain kind of drive, and will depend on him, not on the enforcement coming from the law or from police or the amend risk. Our data tells us that in certain urban areas, speed is 20 kilometers per hour, and today 25 kilometers per hour. We already have lower limits for that, but we see that in cities like Turin, where we have one of our seats, if you don't have a Euro 6, you cannot go downtown. This is a disaster, because equity is not possible. Well, I can, just because a car brings the Euro 6, and that means people who have the possibility of buying a more expensive cars, they can go inside the city, and an Euro 4 cannot go inside the city. No, it is not. It's rather we should rather look at the style of driving, and it's not the euro, the possibility of spending the euros, but the driving styles and the number of kilometers. So we are trying to bring in forward this kind of concepts. Of course, it will deserve more discussion with the police. Thank you very much.
Prego, prego. No, grazie Paola, davvero. Tra l'altro davvero tu sei pioniera delle tecnologie applicate al mondo dell'auto.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Paola, help me with this element of data. Italy, is Italy still leading worldwide when it comes to black boxes for insurance? Well, Italy, we as Unipol Group are proud to say that 4 million clients that are connected and have a black box. We manage them. We are leaders in this area. If we speak of insurance globally, the insurance industry globally, I can confirm this. And when it comes to car makers, not so much, because in 2018, the cars of new homologation have black boxes on board, so the car makers now build them in the design. So I'm going to stop here. I've been speaking too much. So we have this record in Italy now. That's important because these black boxes provide huge amounts of data, and we can use them for safety, road safety. That's why I concluded by saying that we are changing this paradigm as well. Black box, green box, because black box is for safety, certainty in safety. Of course, safety is important. But green box, because we're now reconciling as well the important value of the box for the golden hour, for everything. It englobes safety and much more. There are several disabled people that are involved in accidents. For instance, so the more you take swift action, the quicker you are, the swifter you are in intervening, the more you can reduce the risks of casualties and disabilities. These are social costs. So it's not just with these technologies that you can work on safety. We're working on safety with the car makers as well, but also it is possible to work ecologically, because we are changing the paradigm with a complementary approach. The green box can be useful for both safety and much more. Safety is important, but also ecological issues are just as important. So let's conclude with this message. Italy that had a leadership in the use of black boxes, and Unipol started first in Italy. It's now also important in Europe, and it's important to learn to use the data we have available. We have even sometimes too much data, but we have to use them for safety and for accident prevention. We have to know how to use data, because too much data often can be nefarious and deleterious. So we have here international speakers. The message is we should all work together to make this data available, not just to car makers, but to the citizens at large. The data is an asset for everyone. Of course, for the owner of the car as well. Our data are clear on this. The data that we get from our boxes are for our clients. If the client authorizes them, and they do usually, because it's used for safety and they will be used for others, and they have discounts on the premium, well, yes, but that is one of the aspects of the business model. But you're right. If you allow me to use your data in case of an accident, I'm going to help you and save your life. Or if you have a challenge, I'm going to provide with assistance. We have all learned from our CEO, who is now the chairman, the value of an insurance is perceived when you need it. Otherwise, you're worried about the premium you're paying, and you only appreciate it when you claim. That's when it has value. Of course, we purchase a car with an airbag, and obviously we hope we'll never use it. And the same as with an insurance policy, the same thing. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sampo, for joining us. Thank you. We're going to provide an article on our newspaper with all this data. We're now moving on to the next panel discussion, which is on the topic that was just mentioned, namely not just security, but also the possibility to provide road and highway training, not only for car drivers, but also for the users of the road networks. Let me call Filiberto Mastrapasqua, Chief of the Italian Traffic Police, and Raffaele Celia, Manager of ANAS Sicily, the territorial structure of ANAS, which is the company for road services. We're running late, so please let's take the microphone. Mr. Mastrapasqua, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation on behalf of our top management. Thank you for this invitation, because it really is gratifying to be able to speak here on behalf of the traffic police, because this is for us a recognition of our role traffic police is a cameo in the European and global situations, because alongside the roles that we have, thanks to the Highway Code, Article 11 in the case of the Italian Highway Code, which is monitoring violations of road code, there is an important role and other roles which bring us to the fore in studying road accidents and prevention of road accidents and road safety. So when we speak of mobility and safety and sustainability, we believe that this concept must permeate the environment at large. The traffic police, by the way, is involved also in studies and research on traffic. It has an important role in this and safety at large. And along this, we have this privilege thanks to the laws, but also we are critical when it comes to mobility. For instance, when there is an emergency in mobility, we are called to meet and gather at a meeting where all the members involved in civil protection are involved, and we are called to resolve the emergencies in road traffic. And we have these operational centers, and along with the prefecture, we have road police and other law enforcement agencies that are all coordinated by the same system. So we believe that this invitation that we received is a recognition for our role. This is a quote from the Prefetto Mosca in the forward to a book. He recognizes the role of the traffic police. The traffic police was established in 1926 in the early years of the 1900s, and the traffic police at the time was not part of the Home Ministry, but it was part of the Infrastructure Ministry because it contributed to protected infrastructures. And the speaker that will follow me is from, or represents ANAS. We had also and shared with them this role on the respecting of the Highway Code. And in 1947, after the Second World War, the traffic police was called to have a key role, which was very important at the time, to guarantee the mobility of citizens after the war. In this role, which was key, had one particular feature. In those years, in the 40s, after the war, all our cars were colored with different colors, from green and gray, but were in red. And they were US cars, Jeeps, and the motorcycles were Harley Davidsons. So we brought color to the Italian roads. We are a guarantee to mobility, and in this role we help circulation. Now, this is not trivial if you think about it, if we consider what the end of the war was like. The Reconstruction, the Italian economic miracle in the years after that. We had a role in all this. And something else I'd like to highlight, the traffic police has 50% of its casualties while they are on the job, because the road is dangerous and one must approach driving with a great deal of awareness. I'm speaking to the younger members of the audience here right now. So let's take a snapshot now of the current situation. Our goal is 0 casualties by 2050, 50% cut by 2030. We currently have 1,200 teams, 4,700 penalties passed for violation of road code rules. And this is the trend published by ISTAT, the Italian Statistical Society. You see, the curves show a drop in 2020, and not because behaviors were improved, but simply because of the COVID lockdown. Then there's a recovery in 2021, and then another one in 2022. This is the number of casualties, and the dotted line is the forecast, and for the years to come. The figures are really huge. 3,194 casualties in 2022, 3,200 almost. It's like a small town, a small village, or more than a village, a town, being wiped out. We also study the phenomenon, so we conducted our measurements as well, and our measurements we do our own monitoring because we need to adopt strategies, and often we can't wait for the ISTAT data, which we get 6-12 months later. Our monitoring, and by the way, our results correlate with those of ISTAT. We see that the number of casualties this year alone might drop by a small amount. This is not just a positive element in itself, but rather the fact that the curve trend is still too flat. The curve is still too slow in its movements. So let's now focus on the events concerning the younger populations. A study of 2023, so a recent study, we see a reversal in trend. Speed has always been the cause number one for accidents and casualties, and now we begin to see a reversal in trend. It is distractions, the use of mobile phones, and the activities surrounding us that are involved and are the culprits now. Because of the digital devices we have, there are syndromes being identified by experts related to the use of the internet. So distraction is now the number one cause of accidents, especially among the younger population. This is more evident here on this slide. We see the evolution of the years. We see that speed was still the cause number one, and then thereafter distraction becomes the first number one factor for accidents. and also psychophysical alterations, alcohol and drugs. This sees a growing incidence. And with regard to the young, the first cause for the young aged between 0 and 24 is, the first cause is, for the young people, road accidents. Road accidents is the first cause of death. And I'm addressing my message especially to the younger people here in the audience. So speaking of road safety is a complex subject because it really depends on several issues. There are three factors listed here. There are the rules which regulate road mobility. We have the highway code and all the rules related to the highway code. But road safety, it depends on three factors mainly: the cars, the vehicles, the infrastructure, and human behavior. Now, something has already been mentioned on this topic, but let me go in depth. ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, assisted braking systems, for instance, sensors for parking, acoustic parking sensors, controlled speed, automatic control speed. And then we have the monitoring of the tire pressure. We have warnings that remind us of when we are tired. So there's the little icon with a coffee cup. And the roads are improving as well, alongside the more evolved projects underway, the asphalt, which drains rainflow and provides more compact roads. We have roads that can enable a network that enables to receive and send messages, and there are interface systems between vehicles. And so the result is we are heading towards autonomous driving systems. Can it be an advantage for road safety? Well, first of all, let's start by saying that 93% of accidents is due to human behavior. It doesn't depend on the infrastructure and the road. It doesn't depend on the vehicles. It depends on human behavior. Do you have a mobile phone? All right. Article 41 of the Highway Code. Please look it up and I'll ask you to quote it shortly. So, you're being questioned? No, it's not questioning. It's just to help them understand. We're focusing on the young. In English, the expression is overconfidence. Young people don't perceive risk in the same way. And this related to poor experience. It's also biological. The frontal cortex matures at 25, so the younger generations have to be more cautious. Absolutely, there is still an evolution, reduced perception of the vehicle, and then the vehicle is perceived and is considered as a status symbol, and so it becomes a tool for significance. It's a sociological phenomenon. Experts have defined it in this way, and you are not aware of how important that aspect becomes when approaching the vehicle. It becomes part of your identity. And when you travel at 90 kilometers per hour, if you have an accident, the impact is the same as falling from a height of 31 meters. at 130, 66 meters. These are data that need to be pondered. You have to reflect on this, but let's go back to the mobile phone. The smartphone, the mobile phone, the infotainment elements that take up most of our time. So I send a message, 10 seconds to write and send a message, 7, 10 seconds. At 100 kilometers an hour, I am in the black for 200 meters. So I'm traveling like an arrow. I'm in the dark. I mean, there could be a bend to the left, to the right. There could be a pedestrian. There could be a car overtaking. 200 meters in the black at that speed, 130. And sending a text message or just saying, I can't reply. 200 meters in the black at 130 kilometers per hour. And then the braking space. As the speaker was saying earlier, alongside the physical need of the car to stop, there is the individual's reaction. And these two different timings are summed. So did you find the law number 41? You said no. Have you found it? Yes or no? Yes. So ask your colleague next to you to read it, please. There's no microphone, so of course we cannot translate.
Grazie. Complimenti. Allora, non c'è bisogno di inventarsi poi niente. Questo è il principio ispiratore.
This is the basic principle when it comes to road safety. This means that when I drive, I need to take into account the environment around me. I'm not the only one on the road. I'm not alone. I'm not the only protagonist. There are cars, there are motorcycles, there are lorries, there are pedestrians, there are cyclists, there are people riding on scooters, and the road is theirs too. And then there is a research that I received from ANAS, and it tells us that the drivers believe that they are excellent drivers and it's the others that are bad drivers. So that means that everybody drives poorly. So if that is true, it doesn't mean that I am a good driver. And so this short circuits our perception. Our perception of and our awareness of who we are is different from the perception that we have of others. And I think that this is the core of road safety as an issue. So in recapping, let me say that road safety is the result of behaviors, vehicles, infrastructure, and the accident trends tell us that the trend is still flat. There is much to be done. Sure, technological development, municipal services, connections are all important, but I think that we need to also become more accountable on risk. That the law 141 in a brief way defines this key factor, the importance of our awareness of the environment. And we have to do this by investing in communication for the young, in the schools, and also the traffic police, therefore, thinks that safety communication is important. We visit schools often. 2030 is not that far in the future, but if we invest today, from now, in 2030, we shall have and see the results that will enable this curve to take the right direction. The perception of danger is a transversal message. It concerns the young transversally for several phenomena. But let me remind you also that the first cause of casualties for the young between 0 and 24 years of age, the factor number one is road accidents. So in conclusion, someone was saying that we don't have the recipe right now. Well, there isn't a recipe at the moment, but the method is clear. The method is very clear, and I'm not alone in saying this. President Mattarella says this. He said this last year in commemoration of the road victims and at his speech at the end of the year. In the conclusion of his end of the year speech, the chairman of the Italian Republic said, addressing the young, it was the first time, I think, in which a president of the Republic was addressing the young. He said, as for road accidents, your life is in your hands. Don't waste it. Drive with the perception and awareness of the risks. And he referred specifically to driving under intoxication. But the recipe, in order to find the solution in meeting our goals, he added, is there must be synergy between the activities of the institutions, civil society, and industry. This is the recipe to act jointly as a team. There is no other solution or no other approach. We have to be on the issue together and work together jointly. There is no other way and no other solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mastrapasqua. I wish to thank the traffic police because when we usually have an accident, they are with us. And I wish to underline also we are very grateful to the people who died in belonging to the traffic police and to their families. I imagine the stress the people from traffic police have post-traumatic issues after seeing all kind of accidents, and I am in favor of psychological support for the traffic police operators because they see all kind of disasters. Okay, Mr. Celia. We understood it's not the road's responsibility, we would say. What do you think? Actually, what I say is that I would have loved today to speak only about digital roads, smart roads, autonomous driving, those activities where ANAS is very strong. But I would be a little serious and credible, because I am responsible for ANAS, if I wouldn't refer these subjects to the condition of our roads. All of us know that in the past, notwithstanding our technicians have tried to fill our documents with expertise, investigations, ANAS has no profits out of the toll payments. And because we don't have any economic resources from the government, we cannot cope with all these needs. As often happens when there is a disaster like a bridge falls, and then the policymakers become aware of the importance of the maintenance of these public structures. So lately the government started funding the ANAS, and I don't think that a smart road is some fantasy issue. ANAS sees the smart road as an integrated reality in a plan of qualification, and we see it in a serious way. Please allow me to anticipate the smart road subject with what we are doing here in Sicily. We have about 4,000 kilometers of roads. Sicily is the most important compartment in ANAS in the country. 433 are highways from Palermo to Catania, Palermo to Mazara del Vallo, Catania, Siracusa, one part. We have an industrial plan in Sicily, you can see here, 17 billion euro. This is not a list of titles, figures like a dream book for when there is a demand in a territory and then ANAS adds a line behind these. There is an activity in progress, whether archaeological investigation before the realization of any works or about the traffic. The 17 billion are network activity being produced. So the scheduled maintenance in Sicily, we have intervention for over 2 billion, and you can see here in details the projects, the ongoing projects in 3 sectors. We have the island divided into 3 parts: the Western Sicily, Palermo, Eastern Sicily, Catania, and then we have 242 project works. The intervention already projected under contract for, you see here the figures, 162 million, 87 works in progress. As you can see, these are the figures. Contract figures, net contract figures, and so these are actually executed works. You can also see the division in terms of histogram. Here we have a very quick list about the kind of activity we do. We're trying to recover on safety of artworks, viaducts, bridges, tunnels, and the quality of paving. These are very important for road safety. We also have a lot to do, not to delay our works. You see in this slide, it's not true. The perception of certain media of the never-ending work site after years, and we don't know what is happening. This is a certified datum. We are SDA, and our production has to be revised. Our activities have to be revised by a special judiciary for the accounting aspects of the government. We, every year since 2020, we went over the historical data in Sicily. Let's go to the new works, new roads to be realized, new connections. The industrial plan has an overall investment of 15 billion euro. We have works in progress for over 3 billion. I will give you all the details. Work sites going to start. We have 5 interventions for 856 million. The planned contract for 28 million, and then we have the base of projects funded upon ANA's contract. These documents connects ANAS to the Ministry of Transportations, that is our client. Our client. We do whatever is included in the contract. Depending, can be an overall document or a program document concerning the single and individual regions. Like in Sicily, we have to forecast additional 8 billion euros. As you can see, 15 billion are all in progress or already in the hands of the companies. Now, this is the positioning of our work sites. You see here recently the 4 lots in the Ragusa Catania, Eastern Sicily, for 1.5 billion, but also the connection between A19 and Caltanissetta and Agrigento, also in view of the deadline in 2025 when Agrigento will be the cultural capital in Europe, and so we are very much committed to finish this kind of connection. Other details I will not take into consideration. These are the activities that are going to be started soon. They are under adjudication stage or they are under project where the contract has been already given to the company. To give an example, the Beltway in Gela is worth 400 million. The variation in Alcamo is also the first lot, and you see here the project covers the whole island. I want to mention some significant work, the Agrigento Beltway with a variation on kilometer 500. These things were started last year and they were concluded this year. The 111 variation between Sciacca we have a meeting next Monday, Palermo Pedemontana, and finally was the project of feasibility was started. And in a near future, we will have the public debate on Palermo Beltway. I'll go very quickly. The government also gave priority to some infrastructures that were already late or particularly urgent to satisfy the demand for transportation. We will also use the extraordinary commissioner. Ragusa Catania was commissioned, and the commissioner is the president of the region. Then we have 640, A19 Caltanissetta Agrigento. The first lot of 284 will go to Paterno Adrano, Gela Beltway, and the variation of 115 between Marsala and Mazzara del Vallo. Now we are waiting for the PCM to commission the works for the Palermo Catania. And here we are, the smart road. Now the smart road has a meaning, because if we do all this, if we requalify the network in its most significant parts, it really makes sense to say and to be proud of that also in Sicily. Smart roads can be realized. There are different interventions in Italy in different stages of advanced work. Roma, Fiumicino, like Cortina d'Ampezzo for the World Ski Championship in 2021. It was realized by spending 7 million euro. The Highway 2 of the Mediterranean, former Salerno-Reggio Calabria too. We are doing it in Sicily. We can see here Catania Beltway, where we already have some activities in advanced stages of work, and also other highways to be realized in 7 lots. We started from the nearest sites to Palermo and Catania, where we had advanced next to 100% of feasibility of work, of completion. The other parts come later. You can see, if you see these black poles on the highway, they seem like lamps, but they are too big. And these 3 LED lights, green, white, and red, just to resemble the flag. Most of the people don't understand what it is. These are the antennas that allow to put into communication the structure with the vehicle, not only to give information to the vehicle, but to receive information from the vehicle. What is the smart road? We are used to use a reactive model. There is a crash, there is a snowfall, we know, and our men intervene, our equipment intervene. This was in time helped by using the first technologies, panels with variable messaging, SOS stations, then our personal mobile phones, and so when a user sees an accident, they call police. So we intervene after. This is the reactive model currently in use on all roads worldwide. Now we want to reach a proactive model that is automatic and quick signaling of events to optimize the emergency intervention. The telecontrol from remote in near real time of the technological implants on itinerary and in tunnels. The digital, like the vibration of a bridge is physiological. Is it really physiological, or there is a problem? So this kind of detection will show us whether there is an anomalous vibration that may prelude to a collapse and a fall of the bridge. Is the bridge falling? We cannot say after this happens, but we must know in advance. So we can use the AI means to foresee the risk and intervene and close the road. This can happen automatically. After that, the digital monitoring of all the assets and infrastructure, all the services, advanced service of connected and assisted driving that allow to allow direct communication between the network operator and the road user. But using the same sensors we use to count our steps every day, if duly connected, they can perceive the vibration of the vehicle. So to signal the presence of ice, of snow, of some holes in the street. So there is the intermodal transformation and ecological transformation and environmentally friendly transformation of the itinerary. What are the impacts of the smart road? We have positive impacts on users, but also on the network operator. It doesn't matter, ANS, the province, the municipality, it doesn't really matter. And of the whole system, country as a system. Monitoring and better economy of managing the structure to prevent the damage mean not to spend the money to fix the things afterwards. We also wish to implement this smart road by making it energetically sustainable. How can we do that? Realizing some optimization compared to the previous model. We started from implementation of communication standard data transmission that must have their reliability, but they also must be configured in a way they can be shared and recognizable between different systems connected among them. We are part of the Europe, and we must comply with the standards given by the EU, and we would like these standards to be more and more detailed, so that we are on the side of those who. We are among those who are waiting to have more detailed standards to create a better system of dialogues between the vehicles and infrastructures. If we also consider how important are the investments, and if we use a standard that after a few years becomes obsolete and little shared between the cars manufacturers, for instance, among them. I must have a platform that must allow the vehicle capable to receive whatever signal comes from the road. But if the standard used by the road manager using the smart road is not the same as the car manufacturer, there will be a discrepancy. Please.
Introduzione a quello che sarà il video finale è che
Okay, you can see the smart road systems articulation. I stop here, so I prefer you to watch the video. Thank you very much. Smart road is an technological infrastructure innovative and with a low environmental impact, targeting the safety of drivers. And a smart road project is among the first in the world implemented on the net in a progressive way. The system allows the transit vehicles a connection through different technology like CV2X and CSRC, with the target of giving information and services that may help the assisted driving and the autonomous driving, giving road network information in the part of road, like increasing traffic in 500 meters, works in progress at 500 meters, and so on. Moreover, the TV cameras connected to the control unit allow the automatic traffic monitoring of the traffic, the presence of pedestrians, stopped vehicles, also monitoring tanks with hazardous material to favor the increase of road safety and infrastructure like in tunnels. The network operator can intervene immediately, also remotely, when dangerous conditions arise. Then the two-way data exchange, Internet of Things, and smart road is also Internet of Things. The infrastructure, highly technological way to monitor the maintenance of the road through wireless and cameras and sensors. The ANAS personnel may obtain all information about the monitored works. How does smart road work? The infrastructure is made by a series of polyfunctional systems like smart cameras, say V2X and CSRC. Equipped with smart cameras, they are connected by fiber optics and powered by clean energy. Then small generators powered by wind and photovoltaic energy. They can create green island at a distance, variable distance. Among them can create a network in the Green Island. Moreover, we find charging stations for the electric vehicles, smart road, high technology at the service of travelers.
Oh, finalmente abbiamo le idee un po' più chiare, grazie, molto utile.
Thank you very much, very useful. We have the Member of Parliament connected, Mr. Derrida. Good morning, and thank you for having invited me for this meeting. The speaker is Salvatore Deida, member, chairman of the Transport Committee of the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Thank you very much. And what I've just heard gives a wonderful idea of what the digitalization process requires to be, which our government is engaged in this. And being a Sicilian myself, I believe that it is important that our islands be involved in the digital process and evolution. Thanks to the resilience and recovery plan, this will be made easier. There is a road safety code law that's going to be debated and passed in the Italian Parliament shortly, with the involvement of the Italian municipalities and the road safety authorities, such as ANAS, because the development of road safety and road infrastructures are key. We must therefore reform the local transport in Italy. We have to provide municipalities with the resources, because the urban transformation is important for road safety too. And we're also regulating with decrees the central city areas with limited traffic areas and restrictions in cities without restricting citizens on the use of private vehicles. When it comes to public infrastructure and public transport, we want to conduct a reform that provides resources to the metropolitan cities with more than 15,000 inhabitants, and we want to establish essential services to guarantee the smaller centers to enable the transport for local traffic, taking children to school and so on and so forth. And the trade unions and all the stakeholders involved will be participating in these discussions and projects. And also, ANAS, of course, is an important player when it comes to the signs, the road signs. It is important to provide citizens not only information digitally, but also visually what is allowed for and what is not. So a no entry sign, for instance. A road sign has an average lifespan of 15 years, and when it gets deteriorated, it is not easy to understand and follow. And so the various agencies have to cooperate. The railways, ANAS, and local authorities have to work together to create an intermodal system. There is no longer competition between rubber and rail. Electric vehicles is another important topic because Europe is pushing public transport systems to acquire electric vehicles, but the companies must first have the infrastructures for recharging the batteries, and we can't think that the electric vehicle resolves all the problems. You have to allow time for both public entities and private citizens to adopt these measures. So the Italian Chamber of Deputies has members that are involved in these projects. Thank you. Can you tell us something about the reform on the highway code? The reform of the highway code is going to be a draft bill to start with, because we want to conduct several parliamentary auditions. There's going to be a restriction on the use of drugs and alcohol, of course. We can provide all the laws we want, but it is human behaviors and the human factor that determines the casualties. So people have to be made accountable and inform them that using drugs and alcohol leads to tragedies for themselves and for innocent victims. You have to drive when you are capable of. The road is for everyone. We authorize the municipalities to communicate what roads are easier to be used by cyclists. We have to guarantee security for cyclists. So in those roads where there are more cyclists, for instance, the speed limit has to be lowered to 30 kilometers per hour. We don't believe that all the zones have to be with a 30 kilometer limit, but we provide the municipalities with their own autonomy to decide. We believe that safety is the key, and also provide training through the driving schools, and also creating refresher courses on the highway code. There is, for instance, an association of cardiologists, and many cities are now becoming equipped with defibrillators. So drivers and driving schools should be taught how to use defibrillators. And then, in a nutshell, we are studying on an exhaustive bill. which also takes into account the protection of motorcyclists. The Torinelli decree, for instance, created barriers for guardrails to save motorcyclists, and we've noticed that these are not being implemented because they are costly, so we have to create a new method to protect not just motorcyclists, but also cyclists and other drivers, because guardrails are often damaged and that can really be very dangerous for highway users. As a citizen, thank you very much. I hope that you provide more severe penalties on the highway code and also more investments. It is very important to provide prevention and road education for drivers, bikers, and pedestrians. Training is absolutely important, and therefore the investment for awareness and training is very important. I agree with you. Training belongs to the schools, and that's where the training should occur. The schools and the driving schools. We have two associations that represent the driving schools. We will find the tools to foster these processes. Thank you very much. Let me now call to university professors, Maurizio Tira from the University of Brescia, who teaches urban planning, and then Giuseppe Inturi from the University of Catania on sustainable transport and the management of transport systems. So let's start. Please take the floor. We are almost drawing to a close, so you have 15 minutes each to deliver your speech. Thank you very much for your invitation at this very important meeting.
I hope the slides are there. So mobility and service and mobility as a service is the topic of the day. I'd like to speak about the planning of mobility. The President of the Commission has spoken about mobility. It must be a perspective on the future, but starting from the past. Le Corbusier in 1939 said the land routes are thousands of years old, the water routes as well, the railways are 100 years old, the air routes are just born. Land routes from the origin of mankind until the advent of the machines obeyed the pace of man, 4 kilometers per hour of speed. So at that time, the pedestrians moved at 4 kilometers per hour, and they move still at 4 kilometers per hour. 30% of the European settling has a Roman origin, and the sprawl following the Second World War is widely due to the diffusion of the car owning. This is after the Second World War was sold with the house. In the United States, there are a lot of settlements where people sold the houses and the cars together. I refer to the mobility in the urban areas because otherwise the situation would be different. The challenge between mobility and urbanistic, at least for what regards Europe, is governed by two systems that changes in time, and the system of infrastructure, especially the road infrastructures that they track back to a million years back, but they developed autonomously and in an asynchronous way. Like, you know, sometimes, many times, the buildings and the roads are still the same, and this is one of the main problems. I just introduced some of the topics. We spoke about environmental sustainability. If we speak about the CO2 emissions and mobility, what are the alternative situations for the private cars are there, but they are connected to electric biofuels and synthetic fuels. For the heavy vehicles and the public transport, the alternative solutions are connected to the biofuels, hydrogen, biomethane, and so on. Social sustainability, life has changed, and mobility and MaaS starts from the fact that mobility is equal to liberty, to freedom. We use our private car because it's more flexible compared to the public ones. But in planning the territory, we must consider that there are some moves that are constricted somehow. We must go to certain places because the territorial setting has decided that those parts must be used more, like to go to school, to go food shopping, to go to work. So although under different urbanistic models, we need to manage our mobility, and that is surely free in terms of mode, but constricted as far as destination is concerned. This is how we plan and govern the territory asset. Of course, this will have some consequences about the criticism times. The pandemic has shown the crisis of the compact city model, so making even more challenging the relationship between public transport system and urban settings. Compact city was jeopardized by COVID, and the question is still open. Economic sustainability, compact city could eliminate the investment. So going back to a less dense cities damages the cost of the public service. The small dimension of most of the European municipalities does not allow public transport services, at least with the current systems. Stop to the soil consumption. Urbanistic transformation are part of the income of municipalities. The human responsibility topic was very much highlighted today, but the street maintenance is managed by the municipality as well as all the other infrastructures, and it is a very important problem for the whole country. 72% of road transport of people is on private cars. TPL is equal to 15%. The quota of collective mobility is 48% in Milan and 29% in Rome. And then 30% of the Italian municipalities have Roman or pre-Roman origins. So there are small structures where cars were not consider that there were no cars, and so 34% of Italian population lives in 55,000 minor centers with less than 5,000 inhabitants. 72% of European population lives in cities, and so it is more difficult to cope with the topic of safety in the cities and of mobility, with the aim of reaching the EU target of reduction of 50% of casualties and seriously wounded people in accidents. 38% of victims is on urban roads, and 70% of them are pedestrian, cyclists, and motorcycle drivers. 37% of all the victims are pedestrians. We are talking about the urban areas in Europe. Most of them is 65 or more aged. Why we need an integrated approach? One of the first teachers of urbanistic in our country said a good urbanistic policy needs the development of transportation must be preceded and not followed by the production. Just think about the summer Rome areas. Today, we don't have a real coordination among all these policies because we have a ministry for infrastructures where most of the core is towards the infrastructures, but also urbanistic is included. So there is a sort of competition of competences among among all the state agencies. Somebody said, well, we need to organize the city in a way that it is possible to move without using the car. Europe doesn't need a change of paradigm. In the urban area, we force a system that didn't foresee the presence of cars by introducing the cars. If we think about Lombardia, where most of the small cities are made for pedestrians who walk at a speed of 4 kilometers per hour. Over 100 years ago, there was a scheme like that. Can you see that circle? Cities were organized not with one circle alone, but with a series of circles, because population has to converge towards the center of the circle without the use of means, private means or public means. You see here, the same here in the New Jersey, there is a large circle and smaller circles inside with schemes inside, thinking about an urban setting where it's not necessary to use the car. This is the challenge. In all the Lombardia cities, except Milan, we could leave the car outside the city, but this doesn't happen. But it is obvious that this is one of the problems, because it was said that the speed of cars is already 20 kilometers per hour, but it should be in the urban area, it should be even less. We know that where there is a traffic congestion, there is no accident, because of course the speed is very low. And in the cities, we have seen that the speed of 50 kilometers per hour is much, much, much more overcome. A few years ago, there was an article where it was said that the European cities went to the same speed of Paris in the last century, 70 kilometers per hour. We need to try. There must be a different relationship between the city and the function of the road. If you look at the existing roads and see whether the roads correspond to the functional classification as foreseen by the road code, the traffic code, from the existing ones. 15 years ago, I was part of the Commission of Infrastructure Ministry about the functionality of the existing urban areas, and we ended up by saying we can never make it, because when we try to put forward a project, everybody will say we cannot make it, we don't have the money to do that. The 15-minute city, it's a rediscovery, it's not breaking news. That could be good in the large centers, but in a large center you need to consider this diagram where you can see the optimum of routing with the different means: bicycle, car, subway, bus, walking. See, the bicycle goes, there is a time of moving, you move by walking if you have to go to the bus. You can see here all the means graphic. This is the reality in the urban areas. These are complex reality, and if we give up the use of the intruder, that is the car that was not foreseen in the construction of the city and occupying streets that are not suitable for the cars, and if we consider the new paths which are also not suitable because we didn't build them considering the car as a mean of movement. This is a very low density area where you cannot move but with cars. It is impossible to have a capillary transportation system that may serve such a high density area. If you look at a photo of some Italian cities, you can see that up to the Second World War, almost all of them were more similar to the medieval dimension rather than the current one. The large growth is not always a sign of wealth, but the increase of population should be done with the two contemporary purchases, home and the car. How do we apply the 15 minutes to the city? Putting in the middle of these focal areas of the city, they are not a hub for a collective transportation. In Europe, there is the European Green Capital Prize, because all the citizens of the city of Stockholm could access public transportation means stop without using the car. Essentially, this is the Radburg Scheme, if you consider the TOD, where the center is not the school or the park, but a transportation mean where all the services must be concentrated. A best practice in Fribourg, we have 431 cars for 1,000 inhabitants, and also we have 17.5 kilometers of underground in the smallest European city that costed 1 billion euro. It moved a quantity of users from cars to underground. But Brescia downtown is still open to the cars, for instance. In the center of the city, it's 10 meters of the underground stop. In Fribourg, you cannot build a new area if there is no bus stop, bus line. The complexity affects safety. I have seen so many traffic police reports because accidents is a whole of different causes. We know very well there are different events that don't lead to an accident. So it's a concatenation or causes, common causes. We need to consider in-depth analysis, a depth analysis of the accident to see what happened in the relationship between the three elements. So it's a micro-regulation compared to a macro-regulation done by politics. If the pedestrian crosses the street in front of the bus, the situation is much more dangerous than when the pedestrian crosses the street at the back of the bus, because the car that is coming over doesn't see, and whereas the car that is coming behind will stop if sees a pedestrian. I have seen the report of tens of accidents because of this. So this is a combination of elements where for which we only need just some signals. If you consider the accidents and you localize, you see that certain kind of accidents happen in the same places. One time, an elderly people was crossing the street, and he stopped because he was tired. He was in a nursing home, because when he had to cross, he had to stop, and he had 3 accidents in the same place. Although he survived, he's lucky. Complexity of the urban environment impacts insecurity. Please let me finish with a shame. The approach to safety is done with a global approach where we have many, many different competencies. I stressed out the political and urbanistic planning. There are many other stakeholders in the situation, like police, the road management, the health system, like the accident for the vulnerable subjects. There is a lot of underreporting. There are some accidents that are not recorded, so the accident number is higher because not always certain accidents are recorded as a road accident. We define the vulnerable users of the road, but our abstract city is for vulnerable user, so we should define the cars as dangerous road user, not vulnerable road users. So if there was an earthquake, we say there was an earthquake, a strong earthquake, and there were some people who died. So it doesn't depend from the buildings, but from the fact that there was an earthquake. There must be places where the cars cannot go. I speak about the historical part of the cities. You know, Italy is full of these small cities and large cities. And the cars must be allowed to go in a few areas only, and in the expansion areas you may have an enormous intervention possibility because the roads were built proportionally to the quantity and the size of the vehicles. And so we can also have the pedestrian and the cyclist route, leaving still a lot of space for the cars. We are full of errors, but we will still have a lot to do to reach the goal.
E poi c'è un tema che oggi non abbiamo trattato, magari Marisa lo tratterà.
And there is a topic that we have not dealt with today. We could deal with it in the offing. It is on pollution. The Po Valley, where I live, is one of the most polluted areas of Europe, where the consequences are health hazards, lung hazards for citizens. There is an important to protect citizens against pollution. The pollution emerges mainly in cities. there's an impact on pollution with speeds, and for instance, the roundabouts reduce the stop and go, and this is important in terms of emissions. I want to embrace the pollution aspect. Of course, nearly 4,000 casualties are important, but there are 100,000 deaths every year in Europe because of pollution in city centres. Thank you for remarking and pointing this out. I'd like to thank everyone for the impeccable organization. This hall is still filled with its audience, although we are now over 1 p.m. Now, there are no sectors that are so much pervaded by digitalization as mobility. And there are social implications of this. Is there a risk of social exclusion related to the fact that not everyone has access to transport services related to their digitalization process? And how can these forms of social exclusion be compensated? These are questions that respond to some of the 2030 agenda targets. I'm speaking fast and I don't want to recap this. I'll just allow you to read them. These are important for our research. So the digitalization of mobility, digitalization in general, is a third wave in transformation in human history. We are collecting huge amounts of data. Every day we leave digital traces because it's easy to collect data, it's cheap to store them and transmit them, but they must be examined, which is the most difficult thing. So in the digital transformation era, and when it comes to mobility, there are several things which will become positive in this interaction. We saw the smart road presentation and how people and vehicles can now avail themselves of several functions, and in some cases you can avoid movement, physical movement, or you can share movements and in an integrated way. For instance, the widespread use of sensors, which improves the efficiency of vehicles, and also the fact that the information which is perceived through the sensors by cars can be transmitted to the road network and to the other vehicles, creating an intelligent system related to safety. The vehicle is used only for 5% of the day. Why not sharing it? Let's improve the productivity of transport so we can go from high levels of ownership of the vehicle to a situation in which we own fewer devices and vehicles and have more access to services. What was wonderfully illustrated was, for instance, examining the New York taxi use. With 20% of the taxi fleet, one could meet 98% of demand. In other words, do the same work with 20% of vehicles, which therefore increase their kilometers driven, and reducing the timing by 2-3 minutes. So if we're willing to increase by 2-3 minutes the journey from A to B, we can achieve this result. 98% of the result with 20% of the usage. This is something not to be neglected, absolutely important. And therefore, with sharing and service on demand, which is available today with services, we have a set of intermediate services between the automobile, which dominates as Professor Tira said, in most of our cities, and the public transport that works well where city density enables efficiency. So there are intermediate mobility services which are now possible thanks to digital technology. I don't want to discuss these topics here before Sampo Hietanen. I would not have included this slide if I knew he was going to be present, because he brought these topics to the global attention. So let me now focus on whether this digitalized mobility may produce inequalities, forms of inequality. When we find ourselves in situations where we have social and economic poverty, low cultural levels, low income, people living in peripheral areas, this social and economic marginalization crisscrosses a poverty related to transport, either a lack of public transport or the absence of other services and the inability to use a car. When this occurs, there is marginalization and social exclusion. There are huge sections of the population that cannot attend the decision-making, education and social activities. And these are the problems which then spawn other problems in social living. So today we're happy to talk of mobility and not speaking of vehicles, but a further step ahead will be when we have standards not in how fast vehicles can become, but how much easier it can be to have access to our city functions within a certain period of time, like 15 minutes. So assessing whether an action in the transport system is convenient or not, rather than make a cost-benefit analysis, observe how accessibility and redistribution is spread throughout the society. The small rectangles here that you see with different color intensity show the different levels of accessibility. And with curves similar to those with which we measure wealth, for instance, we can also measure to what extent this accessibility can be reduced, whether you spend money in one direction or another. Improving the public transport system can reduce can improve accessibility. So the theme of accessibility in Italy is, of course, a priority. Italy has a strategy for its inner city spaces based on how difficult it is to access essential services in limited amounts of time, schools, a metro station and other services. So with simple models, one can measure the average speed for each transfer in a city, or how many people I can meet within a limited amount of time devoted to the transfer. So the speed of transport where I live. And of course, one of the dilemmas is always for the planners, if either to provide the same service to everyone or an effective service rather that manages to cover the lapses. For the lapses, when we go towards smaller centers, smaller cities, and when we make comparisons between north and south, we see a reduction of the use of public transport and an increase in using the private car. So we have low intensity areas where public transport doesn't work, or when there's variability, which is too much between peak times and dead points, or social economic advantages. So the Regulation of Transport Authority has defined, and this is shown in this map, where it shows that there is a major distribution in these areas where there's a weak demand. In two pictures here from 2012 and 2018, we see an improvement at the Italian level and a worsening at the Sicilian level. So if we take a look at these maps, which are the result of the National Observatory on Sharing Mobility, we see that the major cities have many sharing opportunities and the smaller cities have much, much fewer. And here you see how few the cities are. In this case, northern cities, Milan, Turin and others. You see how many cities have at least 2-3 sharing services, car sharing, transport on demand, bike sharing. Because if you don't create a demand among different services, having only one does not bring about the change. Here you see the difference between large and small cities, or those with a high income, average income, more service sharing, more sharing services, and those with lower income. So whether you approach it with income parameters or the different geographic areas, we see differences in the adoption of these systems. There's also another issue, not only a different offering in transport means, but also different digital services. The average connectivity changes from one part of the country to the other. In this case, we compare Italy with other countries. We are here at a low to average, and also Europe is made up of territories which have areas that are not perfectly connected. You see here the difference in connectivity between the broadband use and rural areas. Rural areas have 1/3 of the broadband speed compared to medium-sized cities. So the risk is that digital systems, the platforms which enable to integrate different transport modes and modalities, with a click you can buy more than one service. In other words, becomes more and more available in the larger cities where there are already more options, while in the internal areas, the more marginal areas, where there is fewer connection, fewer means of transport, there is more inequality. So there's a correlation between equality and transport potential. So the issue of inequality is highly felt. Substantially, we must focus on the possibility that everyone must have access to these services without any form of discrimination. I am speaking very fast because we are running late. A few remarks on AI, which was mentioned earlier. MaaS as a concept is intrinsically related to artificial intelligence. There are potential benefits and potential risks. MaaS, of course, is related to AI because when we click, we leave a trace on the MaaS system, and algorithms therefore know where the demand will occur, and this is key to integrate and produce an offering that can increase dynamically and match the demand with the offering. Now, but the risk is, if we consider it from the point of view of the demand, if these digital traces which feed the algorithms and automatically produce the offerings, if this data come from young who are hyper-connected, we might risk of ascribing to an automatic system an offering for the young who are hyper-connected. And we will neglect, which leads to exclusion, the elderly, for instance. So from the point of view of the offering, so from the supply side, there is a tendency for the digital operators to have the data and concentrate a huge amount of data, because that creates network and it creates effects of purpose in producing more efficient services. But if few operators can have the data and few use the data, there will be uniform results in the different cities, because we know that every city requires a customized solution. So I realize that I'm showing you more risky aspects of digitalization, taking for granted the positive aspects that were mentioned today. So the risk may be that in the future there could be a bigger brain that manages urban mobility, disconnecting it from the goals of the public administration, social, economic, and what have you. Some mentioned algocracy, the algocracy, the domination of the algorithm. So let me conclude by saying that digitalization brings huge benefits for the transport systems. What is important is that digitalization contributes to reducing the use of single cars and improve the efficiency and efficacy of vehicles, the vehicles we have. And we have to pay attention to the accessibility and the different contexts that we have socially and geographically, in order to make sure that sustainability and digitalization, these two axes of the Italian Green Deal, will converge and not diverge, converge towards a common goal. Thank you very much, Professor. It was very useful to speak of this topic of possible discrimination which technologies may cause. Public regulators must regulate on this. We can't leave the data in the hands of someone who will use them with an autocratic power and approach. Thank you very much for your contribution. Let me call Marisa Parmigiani for the conclusion, the chairperson of the Unipolis Foundation, our host, and also responsible for the sustainability policies for the group. Thank you very much, Marisa. We have learned a lot at this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here this morning. It's been an intense and quite a demanding morning, full of contents, and congratulations for your resilience, because already this is a very fast contemporary society, and we had a remarkable result. Thanks to the speakers coming from all over Europe. It was particularly important for us as Unipolis Foundation, the international dimension of this meeting, an international dimension that finds a place not only within the European Week for Sustainable Mobility, but also starting from the comparison between different competences, experiences, observations, to support an Italian and Sicilian reality that could be as much as possible oriented to actual choices to change our mobility systems. The group foundation is mainly a research organization, an organization of awareness in the process of change. So the reasoning about mobility means reasoning about the frontiers of mobility, because we leave the group operating on a daily basis about the topics of mobility that are currently involving us, and to where we try to refer as much as possible together with these illustrious speakers, we must understand until when we can support these transformation processes in terms of mobility. And we have seen that the sustainable development objectives were quoted many times today. All we want to comply with the Agenda 2023, and it is obvious that because we are an insurance company organization, the mobility is very important for us. Today we have two elements that with which I agreed and consistent with our approach. The first is the need to create a system to accomplish a sort of choir design to participate with competencies, resources, and responsibilities, because plurality of responsibilities on what happens on our roads is fundamental. I think it is an important guideline on how to behave to manage the evolution process that were told, starting from smart roads to reach the MaaS led by AI and other important aspects. Among the elements we consider today is the need to change the language, to change the culture relevant to the mobility process. Not to call these things the Area 30, the Area 50, Area 50 as an element of distinctiveness rather than accessibility versus mobility. We are speaking about a whole series of evolutions, both lexical and practical, that lead, that have inside transformation processes. I don't want to steal any more of your time because I wish to thank all of you once again for your availability and for the commitment by which we have been here today. I wish to greet all the people who were connected from remote, and I invite the people in presence to be our host for a light buffet. Have a good day. Thank you, Marisa. I wish to thank the Unipol Foundation, the President Pierluigi Stefanini, and all the team that has made this conference available, possible, starting from Mr. Moleda, Salvatore, Lauria. Thanks for convincing everybody to come to Siracusa. That was an excellent thing. Senator Licitra greets us. He couldn't be here. Thank you. Don't go away. There is a light lunch. It's for everybody. Thank you.